The crash of apparition shattered the pre-dawn silence. Bill Weasley was already moving before his eyes fully opened, wand in hand, curse-breaker instincts overriding the fog of sleep. Beside him, Fleur sat up, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her own wand suddenly alight. The wards around Shell Cottage hadn't broken. They'd been deliberately opened from within, which meant only one thing. Someone with the password had arrived. But the wards were screaming with distress. Bill ran barefoot down the narrow stairs, Fleur close behind him, and yanked open the front door. Dawn was just beginning to paint the eastern sky in shades of grey and pearl, the sea beyond a restless mirror of shadows. On his doorstep, swaying as though the ground beneath them was uncertain, stood a cluster of figures that made his heart stop. Harry Potter, supporting a limp house elf in his arms, blood staining his shirt. Ron, his face grey with shock and something that looked like grief. Hermione Granger, trembling violently, her eyes wide and glassy. And behind them, Luna Lovegood, Dean Thomas, an elderly man Bill recognized as Ollivander the Wandmaker, and a goblin whose expression promised violence. "Bill," Harry said, his voice cracking. "We need inside. All of you. Now." Bill stepped back, opening the door wider, his mind already racing through logistics. How many injured? How badly? How long could they stay? But it was the house elf in Harry's arms that stopped him cold as they stumbled into the small sitting room. Dobby. Bill had met him once, years ago, a creature of manic energy and fierce loyalty. Now his tennis ball eyes were closed, his chest still. "He got us out," Harry whispered, lowering Dobby gently onto the worn sofa. "He saved us from Malfoy Manor. But Bellatrix, she threw a knife. Let me see." Fleur was already there, her wand moving over the house elf's small form, diagnostic charms lighting the dim room. Bill watched his wife's face, saw the moment she understood. Fleur looked up, her blue eyes meeting Harry's, and shook her head slowly. "He is gone," she said softly. "I'm sorry." Harry's face crumpled. Ron moved to his friend's side, one hand gripping Harry's shoulder. Hermione made a sound like a wounded animal and pressed her fist against her mouth. Bill forced himself to move, to think like the curse-breaker who had faced dark magic in Egyptian tombs, not like the man whose peaceful cottage had just become a refugee camp. "We'll bury him properly," he said quietly. "At sunrise on the beach. He deserves that. But right now, I need to know, is anyone else dying?" The question was blunt, necessarily so. Fleur was already moving among the others, her wand dancing in the dim light, checking for curses, for injuries that couldn't wait. Luna stood perfectly still while Fleur examined her, her eyes distant but calm. Dean swayed on his feet, but waved away concern. Ollivander simply sat in the corner chair, as though his legs had given out, staring at nothing. It was Hermione who made Bill's blood run cold. She flinched violently when Fleur approached, scrambling backward until she hit the wall. "Don't," she gasped. "Don't touch me, please." Fleur froze, her expression transforming into something fierce and gentle all at once. "Sherry," she murmured, "I will not hurt you, but you are injured. I can see the signs of curses. Please." "Bellatrix," Ron said, his voice raw with fury and helplessness. "She, at the manor, she—" "I understand." Fleur's voice carried the weight of authority, the same tone Bill remembered from their wedding day when Death Eaters had attacked and she'd fought like a warrior despite the chaos. "Hermione, I swear on my magic, I will only help. No one here will harm you. You are safe now. It took several long minutes, but eventually Hermione allowed Fleur close enough to perform diagnostic charms. Bill watched his wife's face pale, saw her jaw tighten. Whatever Bellatrix had done, it had been thorough and cruel. Fleur said nothing, simply began casting healing spells with steady precision. But Bill knew from the set of her shoulders that this would take time. The goblin, Griphook, Bill remembered now, remained standing near the door, watching everything with calculating eyes. "You are Bill Weasley," he said, his voice like gravel. "You worked at Gringotts." "I did." Bill met the goblin's gaze steadily. "You're safe here, all of you, but I need to reinforce the wards. Ron, help me. Harry, stay with Hermione." Outside, the dawn was strengthening, turning the sea from black to steel grey. Bill stood at the cottage's boundary, feeling the wards thrumming under his feet like living things. They were good wards. He and Fleur had spent weeks layering them, protection upon protection. But they'd been designed for two people living quietly, not for harboring the most wanted fugitives in magical Britain. Ron stood beside him, silent, his wand out, but his hands shaking slightly. "What happened?" Bill asked quietly, reinforcing a detection ward that would alert them to anyone approaching within half a mile. "Everything." Ron's voice was hollow. "We got caught by snatchers. They took us to Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix, she tortured Hermione. She thought..." His voice broke. "She thought Hermione had stolen something from her vault, kept asking about a sword." Bill's hand stilled on his wandwork. A sword from a Gringotts vault. But he pushed the question aside. There would be time for explanations later. "Dobby came," Ron continued. "Just appeared in the cellar where they'd thrown Harry and me. Saved us. Got everyone out. But the knife..." He stopped, swallowing hard. "I left them, Bill. I left Harry and Hermione for weeks. I walked away, and when I came back, this is what happened. If I'd been there..." "You can't think that way." Bill finished the ward and turned to his youngest brother. In the strengthening light, Ron looked older than his 17 years, his face drawn with guilt and grief. "You're here now. That's what matters." "Is it?" Ron's laugh was bitter. "I don't know if Hermione even wants me here. And Harry..." "Harry needs his friend," Bill said firmly. "They both do. Now help me with this section. We need to layer a Fidelius component. Make it so anyone searching can't conceptualize that a building exists here at all." They worked in silence as the sun rose properly over the sea, turning the waves gold. It was beautiful, Bill thought distantly. The kind of morning he and Fleur had imagined when they'd chosen this cottage. Peaceful, private, far from the war. Instead, the war had come to them. When they returned inside, Fleur had organized the chaos with characteristic efficiency. Hermione was asleep on the sofa, or unconscious, Bill couldn't be sure, covered with a thick quilt. Harry sat on the floor beside Dobby's body, not touching the house elf, but keeping vigil. Luna had somehow found the kitchen and was making tea, humming softly to herself. Dean sat at the small dining table, his head in his hands. Ollivander remained in the corner chair, his eyes still distant. Griphook stood apart from everyone, near the window, watching the sea with an expression Bill couldn't read. "We need sleeping arrangements," Fleur said quietly, drawing Bill aside. "And food, and I must check them all properly once there is more light. Hermione has been cursed multiple times. The Wandmaker, he is..." She paused, searching for words. "Broken, I think. Inside is mind. and the goblin will not let me near him. Bill rubbed his scarred face, feeling suddenly exhausted. Luna and Dean can have the spare room. We'll put Hermione in there too once you've finished with her. Ollivander needs quiet, probably. He can have the small room upstairs. Harry and Ron can share the sitting room. Griphook. I will sleep where I can watch the doors, Griphook said from the window, his goblin hearing apparently sharp enough to catch their whispered conversation. I trust nothing about this situation. Fair enough, Bill said evenly, but you'll eat what we provide, and you'll follow the household rules. No exceptions. Griphook's smile was sharp as a blade. And what makes you think I'll take orders from a wizard? The fact that you're standing in my home, under my protection, wanted by the same Death Eaters hunting everyone else here. Bill kept his voice level. I don't care about wizard-goblin politics right now. I care about keeping everyone alive. Can you agree to that? After a long moment, Griphook nodded once. Luna appeared with tea. Somehow she'd found their last tin of proper English breakfast and pressed cups into hands with gentle insistence. You should all drink something warm, she said in her dreamy voice. It helps with shock. My mother always said so. Bill watched Harry accept the cup without seeming to see it, still staring at Dobby. The boy, because he was still just a boy, Bill reminded himself, despite everything, looked hollowed out, as though something essential had been carved away. Harry, Bill said gently, let's bury him now, before everyone else wakes properly. You, me, Ron, we'll do it right. Harry looked up, his green eyes red-rimmed. He was free, he said. That's what he wanted more than anything. To be free. Then we'll make sure he stays that way, Bill promised. They buried Dobby as the sun cleared the horizon, painting the beach in shades of amber and rose. Bill dug the grave with magic, deep and secure above the high tide line, while Harry wrapped Dobby carefully in one of Fleur's pillowcases. She'd insisted, saying it was the least they could do. Ron stood watch, his wand out, scanning the empty beach and the sea beyond. Harry placed Dobby in the earth with trembling hands. Here lies Dobby, he said, his voice thick. A free elf. Bill marked the grave with a smooth white stone from the beach, carving the words into it with his wand. It was simple, inadequate for a life given in service of freedom, but it was honest. They stood in silence as the waves crashed steadily against the shore, the rhythm eternal and uncaring. Thank you, Harry said finally, for this, for all of it. This is what family does, Bill said simply. Now come on, Fleur will have breakfast ready, and you all need food. Inside, the cottage was slowly coming to life. Hermione was awake now, sitting upright on the sofa with the quilt wrapped around her shoulders like armor. Fleur had clearly been successful in her healing because Hermione was moving, but her eyes held a haunted quality that made Bill's chest tighten. Dean and Luna were helping in the kitchen, or rather, Luna was helping, while Dean seemed to be mostly holding things she handed him, still moving in a daze. Ollivander hadn't moved from his chair. Bill crouched beside the old wand-maker, studying the vacant expression. Mr. Ollivander, can you hear me? For a moment, there was nothing. Then slowly, Ollivander's eyes focused on Bill's face. Weasley, he whispered. William, I made your wand. 12¼ inches, dragon heartstring, unyielding. Good for hex breaking. That's right, Bill said gently. You're safe now. You're at my home, Shell Cottage. No one can hurt you here. Safe. Ollivander's laugh was a broken thing. There is no safe. He took my knowledge, pulled it from my mind like thread from a spool. Every wand I've ever made, every secret of one law. He has it all now. Bill felt ice in his stomach. There was only one person Ollivander could mean. Voldemort? The name made everyone in the room flinch except Luna, who simply continued buttering toast with serene focus. He wants the Elder Wand, Ollivander whispered, and I told him. His voice broke. I told him everything. I couldn't stop myself. The Cruciatus curse, over and over until I thought I would go mad, until I thought death would be a mercy. You're safe now, Bill repeated firmly, the way he'd once spoken to curse victims in Egypt, people whose minds had been shredded by dark magic. Here, you're safe. We'll protect you. Ollivander looked at him with ancient, despairing eyes. Can you protect them from the Dark Lord himself? Can you protect any of us? Bill had no answer for that. Instead, he helped Ollivander to his feet and guided him to the small upstairs room, barely large enough for a bed and a window overlooking the sea. Rest, he said. Fleur will bring you food later. When he came back downstairs, Fleur had performed a minor miracle. Breakfast, eggs, toast, the last of their bacon, tea in mismatched cups. It wasn't enough. They'd need supplies soon, far more than 2 people required. But it was food, and everyone ate with the mechanical hunger of people who'd forgotten when they'd last had a proper meal. We can't stay long, Harry said suddenly, breaking the silence. He looked at Bill, his expression apologetic but determined. I know this is a lot to ask, but we need maybe a week, 2 at most. Then we'll move on. We won't put you in more danger than... Harry, Bill set down his fork. You'll stay as long as you need to, all of you. But no buts. This cottage has the best wards I could construct, and I've constructed wards around curse vaults that held for centuries. Fleur and I, we chose to stay in Britain during this war. We chose to make this place a haven. If you need it, it's yours. Fleur reached over and squeezed Bill's hand, her smile fierce and proud. There will be rules, Bill continued. No going outside without checking with me first. No magic that could be traced. So defensive and healing only. Nothing that might register on monitoring charms. Everyone contributes to chores and maintenance. And most importantly, if trouble comes, you follow my lead. I know how to defend this place, but I need everyone to trust me. Slowly, around the table, heads nodded. Even Griphook inclined his head slightly. Good. Bill pushed back from the table. Now, I need 2 people on dishes, 2 on inventory. Figure out what supplies we have and what we'll need. Ron, you're with me. We're going to reinforce the walls one more time, properly this time. Fleur, Hermione needs more healing work, yes. Fleur nodded, her expression grave. The day unfolded in a strange rhythm of domestic necessity and underlying terror. Bill taught Ron advanced ward work, showing him the complex layering required to hide a location from multiple forms of magical detection. Dean found paper and a pencil somewhere and began sketching the cottage, the view, his hands needing something to do. Luna organized their meager pantry with peculiar efficiency, chattering softly to herself about nargles and fresh air. Hermione stayed on the sofa, Fleur beside her, the 2 of them speaking in low voices Bill couldn't quite hear. Once, he caught Hermione crying silently, and Fleur simply held her, murmuring something in French that sounded like a lullaby. Harry spent the day restless, unable to settle. moving from window to window like a caged animal. Bill understood. It was the curse breaker's instinct, the need to move, to act, to do something rather than simply exist in waiting. But sometimes, Bill had learned in Egypt, survival meant staying absolutely still while the danger passed overhead. As afternoon faded into evening, Bill found himself standing on the beach again, checking the wards one final time. The sea was darkening from blue to indigo, and the first stars were appearing in the east. Behind him, Shell Cottage glowed with warm light. Fleur had lit every lamp and candle they owned, turning their small home into a beacon. A fortress of warmth, Bill thought. That's what we are now, a fragile light in a very dark war. He felt, rather than heard, someone approach. Harry stood beside him, hands in his pockets, staring out at the endless water. I used to think about places like this, Harry said quietly, when I was stuck at the Dursleys. Places where the war couldn't reach, where magic was just magic, not something that could kill you. There are no such places anymore, Bill said honestly. Not really, but we can make spaces that hold the war at bay for a while. Give people time to breathe, to heal, to remember why they're fighting. Is that what this is? Bill looked at his cottage. Too small, too exposed, too fragile against the forces hunting them. Yes, he said, for as long as I can make it last. They stood together in silence, watching the stars multiply overhead, while behind them the cottage blazed against the gathering dark, a sanctuary built of stone and magic and stubborn hope, waiting to see if hope would be enough. The first full morning arrived with deceptive gentleness. Bill woke to find Fleur already gone from their bed, the space beside him cold. For a moment, in that grey pre-dawn confusion, he thought perhaps the previous day had been a nightmare, that he'd wake to find the cottage empty except for his wife, their honeymoon still uninterrupted by war. Then he heard the voices downstairs, quiet, careful voices, trying not to wake anyone, which meant the cottage was indeed full of refugees who'd learned to move like ghosts. He dressed quickly and descended to find Luna in the kitchen, somehow already awake despite the early hour, her wand directing a kettle while she hummed something that might have been a song. Fleur sat at the small table with Hermione, both women cradling teacups, speaking in voices too low to hear. "Good morning," Luna said brightly, as though having 8 people crowded into a 2-bedroom cottage was perfectly ordinary. "I made tea. The sunrise should be beautiful today. I can feel it in my fingers." Bill had no idea what that meant, but he accepted the cup she offered. "Thank you. Did you sleep well?" "Well enough. Dean snores, but it's a comfortable sort of snore, like a cat purring, only louder." Luna tilted her head, studying him with those protuberant silver eyes. "You didn't sleep much at all, did you?" "Ward maintenance," Bill said, which was partially true. He'd spent half the night reinforcing protections, checking and rechecking the complex web of spells that kept Shell Cottage hidden. The other half he'd spent lying awake, calculating how long their food would last, how many people he could protect, what he'd do if the Death Eaters came. Curse-breaking had taught him to plan for disaster. It hadn't taught him how to protect 8 people in a space designed for 2. Fleur looked up, catching his eye. Even exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, she was beautiful. But it was the fierce, practical beauty of someone who'd spent the night healing curse damage and wouldn't apologize for her weariness. She tilted her head toward Hermione in silent communication. Still fragile. Be gentle. Bill nodded almost imperceptibly and took his tea to the window, giving them space. Outside, the sea was calm this morning, the waves rolling in with steady patience. The beach where they'd buried Dobby yesterday showed no sign of the grave from this distance. Bill had masked it carefully, not wanting to draw attention to the fresh-turned earth. But he knew where to look, could see the white stone marker if he focused. Behind him, he heard movement on the stairs. Ron appeared, his hair standing up in all directions, looking like he hadn't slept either. His eyes went immediately to Hermione, and something complicated crossed his face. Relief that she was awake. Pain at the careful distance she maintained. Guilt that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a fire. "Morning," Ron mumbled, accepting tea from Luna with a grateful nod. "Ronald." Fleur's voice was gentle but firm. "Hermione needs another Ealing session after breakfast. I could use your help. Someone to and me potion bottles and such." It was a kindness Bill recognized. A way to let Ron be useful, to give him something to do besides hover and drown in his own guilt. Ron understood too. His shoulders straightened slightly. "Yeah, of course. Anything." The morning unfolded in awkward domesticity. Dean and Harry emerged together, both moving with the careful quiet of people, trying not to take up too much space. Griphook appeared from wherever he'd stationed himself, near the front door, Bill noted, maintaining his vigil even in sleep. Only Ollivander remained upstairs, and Bill didn't push. The Wandmaker would come down when he was ready, if he was ever ready. Breakfast was a careful negotiation of limited resources. Fleur had rationed their food with mathematical precision, but even so, Bill could see they had perhaps 3 more days before someone would need to make a supply run. The thought made his stomach clench. Every trip outside these wards was a risk. Every interaction with the outside world a potential betrayal of their location. "I can help with food," Luna offered, nibbling on toast with apparent contentment. "My father taught me about edible sea plants. The beach here should have sea beet and rock samphire. And if you have fishing line, I'm quite good at catching mackerel." "We're not here to be a burden," Harry said quickly, his voice tight with the strain of forced gratitude. "We can figure something out. Maybe I could go—" "No." Bill's tone allowed no argument. The most recognizable face in Britain is not going anywhere near a public place. Luna's right, though. We can supplement with foraging and fishing. I'll set protective charms around any fishing spots. We'll manage. What he didn't say, we have to manage. There's no alternative. After breakfast, Fleur took Hermione upstairs for healing work, with Ron following like an uncertain shadow. Bill organized the others with the efficiency he'd learned leading curse-breaking expeditions. Harry and Dean on cleaning charms to help stretch their limited supplies. Luna on inventory and planning for supplementary food sources. Griphook. Griphook was the complication. The goblins stood apart from the others, always watching, always calculating. When Bill approached him after the others had dispersed to their tasks, Griphook's expression was guarded. "You worked at Gringotts for 7 years," Griphook said without preamble. "You understand how we value independence. I will not be treated as a charity case." "I'm not offering charity," Bill said evenly. "I'm offering sanctuary. There's a difference." "Is there?" Griphook's dark eyes were sharp as flint. "To you wizards, Goblins are either servants or enemies, never equals. Bill thought of the goblin smiths he'd worked with in Egypt, the careful respect required to navigate those relationships. Goblins had long memories and legitimate grievances. "You're right," he said finally. "Many wizards don't see goblins as equals. But I worked in Gringotts long enough to understand that goblin magic and wizard magic are different, not lesser. And right now, we're all refugees from the same war. That makes us allies, if nothing else." Griphook studied him for a long moment. "Potter wants something from me. I can see it in how he watches me. Whatever it is, it involves Gringotts." Bill kept his expression neutral, though his stomach tightened. "That's between you and Harry. I'm not involved. But you suspect. I know Harry's fighting Voldemort. I know he'll do whatever it takes. Beyond that..." Bill shrugged. "I trust him to do the right thing. Whether that trust is justified, I suppose we'll find out." It wasn't quite approval, but it wasn't condemnation either. Griphook seemed to accept this, nodding slowly before moving back to his post near the door. Bill found Harry outside, ostensibly checking the wards, but really just standing on the beach, staring at Dobby's grave. The morning sun turned Harry's messy hair bronze, but couldn't warm the grief etched into his posture. "You should eat more," Bill said, coming to stand beside him. "Fleur says you barely touched breakfast." "Not very hungry." Harry's voice was hollow. "I keep thinking about him. Dobby. He'd been free for less than 3 years. That's all he got. 3 years of freedom before dying to save us. He chose it," Bill said quietly. "That's what freedom means, isn't it? The right to choose, even when the choice is hard. The right to choose to die for ungrateful wizards who spent his whole life enslaving his kind." Harry's laugh was bitter. "Some choice. The right to choose who to love and what to fight for." Bill watched the waves roll in, patient and eternal. "Dobby loved you, Harry. That was clear to anyone who saw him. And he chose to die saving someone he loved. There are worse endings." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Do you think we'll win this war?" It was the first time anyone had asked Bill directly. He considered lying, offering easy comfort. But Harry deserved honesty. "I don't know," Bill said. "I know we'll fight. I know there are people like you willing to stand against darkness even when it seems impossible. I know that has to count for something. But whether it's enough?" He shrugged. "That's the question, isn't it?" "Comforting," Harry said dryly, but some of the hollowness had left his voice. "I'm not here to comfort you. I'm here to give you space to breathe while you figure out what comes next." Bill turned to face Harry fully. "Whatever you need from this place, from me and Fleur, it's yours. Time, resources, knowledge about Gringotts if that's relevant, whatever. But Harry, you have to let yourself rest sometimes. Even warriors need to sleep." Harry nodded slowly, but Bill could see the tension still coiled in his shoulders, the way his eyes kept scanning the horizon as if expecting attack. Rest, Bill thought, was probably not in Harry Potter's vocabulary anymore. Upstairs, he could hear Fleur's voice, steady and soothing, and Hermione's occasional responses, single words, fragments. The healing was going to take more than potions and counter-curses. Bellatrix Lestrange's torture had left scars that went deeper than flesh. Bill returned to the cottage to find Dean sketching at the kitchen table, his hands moving with focused intensity across a piece of parchment. He'd drawn the view from the front window, the sea, the beach, the morning light. but he'd added something that wasn't there. Wings. Great sweeping wings of light emerging from the water, as though something angelic was rising from the depths. "That's beautiful," Bill said, meaning it. Dean looked up, startled, as if he'd forgotten anyone else existed. "Just keeping my hands busy. At the Malfoys, they kept us in the cellar. Nothing to do but count stones in the wall and try not to think about what was happening upstairs." His jaw tightened. "When we heard Hermione screaming." He didn't finish, didn't need to. "You're safe now," Bill said, the words feeling inadequate even as he spoke them. "Are we?" Dean set down his pencil. "Really? You've got Harry Potter in your house. The Death Eaters will tear Britain apart looking for him. How long before they think to check every coastal cottage? How long before your wards fail?" "They won't fail." Bill made his voice confident, definitive. "I've layered protections that would take Voldemort himself days to break through, and by then we'd be long gone. You're safe here, Dean. I promise you that." Dean wanted to believe it. Bill could see the desperate hope in his eyes. But hope was a fragile thing after months of running, after torture and imprisonment and fear. Luna appeared in the doorway, a bowl of sea beet in her hands, her feet bare and sandy. "I found quite a lot," she announced happily, "and some mussels attached to the rocks. We'll need to purge them in clean water, but they'll be lovely for dinner. The sea is very generous when you know how to ask politely." Her cheerfulness was so at odds with the tension filling the cottage that for a moment everyone just stared. Then Dean laughed, a surprise sound that seemed to shock him as much as anyone else. "Only you, Luna," he said with something approaching fondness. "Only you could find something to be happy about right now." "There's always something," Luna said simply, setting down her bowl. "You just have to look properly. For instance, Dean, your drawing is coming along beautifully, though I think the wings need to be more silver than gold. Angels at sea are always silver." Dean blinked. "How do you know what color sea angels are?" "I don't," Luna admitted. "But silver feels right, doesn't it? Like moonlight on water." Bill left them discussing the metaphysics of angelic coloring and went upstairs, where Fleur had just finished with Hermione. His wife looked exhausted, her usually perfect posture wilting with the weight of what she'd been doing. Ron sat on the floor outside the room, his back against the wall, staring at nothing. "How is it?" Fleur asked quietly when she saw Bill. Tense, but managing. He pulled her into a gentle embrace, feeling her lean against him. "How's Hermione?" "Better. The curses are mostly healed now. But the scar..." Fleur shook her head. "Bellatrix carved a word into her arm. Mudblood. Dark magic binds it. I cannot remove it completely, only fade it. Hermione will carry that mark for the rest of her life." Bill felt rage kindle in his chest, hot and fierce. Bellatrix Lestrange. If he ever encountered that witch, wards and protections and honor be damned. "Bill," Fleur's hand on his cheek brought him back. "Do not let anger make you careless. We need you here, thinking clearly." She was right. She was always right. Bill took a deep breath, forcing the fury down into cold calculation. Anger wouldn't protect anyone. Only careful planning, strong wards, and vigilance would keep everyone alive. "Ron's taking it hard," Bill observed, glancing at his brother. "He blames himself for leaving them, for not being there when..." Fleur sighed. "He needs to forgive himself. but he will not. Not yet. That evening, they gathered for dinner. Luna's foraged sea vegetables supplementing their dwindling supplies. Ollivander had finally come downstairs, drawn by the smell of food, or perhaps simply by the human need for company. He sat at the far end of the table, eating mechanically, saying nothing. Conversation was stilted, careful. Everyone was trying so hard not to impose, not to take up too much space, not to be a burden. It made Bill's chest ache. This was his home, his sanctuary, and everyone in it was treating it like a temporary shelter they'd overstayed. Tomorrow, Bill announced, we're establishing proper routines. Cooking rotation, cleaning schedules, watch duties. If we're going to be here together, we might as well make it work properly. This isn't a hostel, it's a home. Start treating it like one. He saw relief flicker across several faces. Structure, purpose, something to do besides wait and worry. Later, after everyone had dispersed to their sleeping spaces, Ron and Harry to the sitting room, Luna, Dean, and Hermione to the spare room, Griphook to his post by the door, Ollivander to the small upstairs room, Bill stood at the kitchen window, watching the night settle over the sea. Fleur came to stand beside him, slipping her hand into his. Our honeymoon is not quite what we imagined, she said dryly. No. Bill managed a tired smile. But then, we knew what we were choosing when we stayed in Britain, when we made this place a haven. Do you regret it? Bill thought about the refugees sleeping under his roof. Harry, carrying the weight of a war he didn't start. Ron, drowning in guilt and desperate to make amends. Hermione, scarred and traumatized, but still alive. Luna, finding beauty in the darkness. Dean, channeling pain into art. Ollivander, broken but not yet beyond repair. Griphook, suspicious but willing to accept sanctuary. No, he said finally. No, I don't regret it. Though I wouldn't mind if our house guests were slightly less wanted by dark wizards. Fleur laughed softly, the sound warming the quiet kitchen. How very bourgeois of you, wanting boring guests. They stood together in the darkness, watching the cottage's reflection shimmer on the night-black water. Inside, 8 people slept uneasily, refugees in a storm that showed no signs of passing. Outside, the wards hummed steadily, holding back the night and everything that hunted in it. The weight of those walls, Bill thought, was heavier than any curse vault he'd ever protected, but he'd hold them steady, for as long as they needed him to, for as long as hope lasted. The third morning at Shell Cottage began with the sound of raised voices. Bill woke to angry whispers drifting up through the floorboards, Griphook's gravelly tones clashing with Harry's carefully controlled responses. He checked the watch beside the bed, barely past 5 in the morning. Whatever Harry and the goblin were discussing, it couldn't wait for a decent hour. Beside him, Fleur stirred. Let them argue, she murmured, her eyes still closed. They've been circling each other like wary cats for 2 days now. Better they fight and clear the air. Or they could wake everyone else in the cottage, Bill pointed out. But he didn't move. His wife was right. The tension between Harry and Griphook had been building like pressure behind a dam. Eventually, it would break, one way or another. The voices below rose slightly, then dropped again. Bill heard his floorboards creak as someone paced. Then silence. He was drifting back towards sleep when a different sound jerked him fully awake. The wards. Not breaking, but querying. Someone was testing them, probing for weaknesses with the light touch of an expert. Bill was out of bed and down the stairs in seconds, wand already lit. Harry stood by the window, his own wand raised, face pale in the pre-dawn gloom. Griphook had melted into the shadows near the doorway, suddenly invisible despite being in plain sight. A goblin trick Bill had seen before, but never quite understood. "How close?" Bill asked quietly. "Half a mile, maybe less." Harry's voice was steady despite the fear in his eyes. "They're not pushing hard, just feeling around the edges. Snatches." Bill moved to the window, his experienced eye reading the ward tremors the way a curse breaker learned to read trap signatures. Professional ones. They know there's something here, but they can't quite pin down what. Can they break through? Not quickly, not quietly. Bill's mind raced through calculations, but they'll report back. We might have a day, maybe two, before someone more skilled comes to investigate. Behind them, Ron appeared on the stairs, sleep-mussed but alert. What's happening? Snatchers, testing the wards. Bill kept his eyes on the darkness beyond the window, tracking the subtle pressure points where foreign magic touched his protections. "Harry, wake everyone quietly. Ron, help me reinforce the detection perimeter. We need to know if they come back." The cottage came alive in tense silence. Dean and Luna emerged from the spare room, both moving with the practiced quiet of people who'd learned to wake without noise. Hermione appeared moments later, her wand already lit, the faded scar on her arm visible below her rolled-up sleeve. Even Ollivander descended from his room, though his hands shook as he gripped the banister. "How many?" Fleur asked, appearing fully dressed beside Bill. How she'd managed that so quickly, he'd never know. "3, I think. Maybe 4. Bill was already layering additional confusion charms over the existing wards, making the cottage's location slip sideways in the minds of anyone searching. "They're good. Better than the usual snatcher rabble." "Bounty hunters, then." Griphook's voice came from the shadows. "Voldemort pays well for information about Potter's whereabouts. There will be professionals looking now, not just opportunists." The probing continued for another 10 minutes, an eternity of held breath and gripped wands, before finally withdrawing. Bill felt the foreign magic slide away like oil off water, his wards settling back into their steady hum. "They're gone," he said, finally, "but they'll be back. We need to talk about contingencies." Over breakfast, porridge stretched thin with Luna's forage supplies, Bill laid out the reality. "We can't stay static. If professionals are looking, they'll eventually triangulate our location even through the wards. We need escape routes, backup plans, maybe even a decoy location." "We should leave," Harry said immediately. "We're putting you in danger." "We've been over this." Bill's tone was firm. "You're staying, but we're going to be smart about it. Ron, you and I are going to create an emergency pool key, somewhere remote, nowhere connected to the Weasley family. Fleur, you're best at healing and protective charms. Work with Hermione on medical supplies and quick pack kits for everyone. Dean, Luna, I need you two to map every approach to this cottage, every path, every sightline, every place someone could observe from." "What about me?" Ollivander's voice was thin, but clearer than it had been. The Wandmaker was slowly surfacing from his trauma, though the depths of it still showed in his haunted eyes. "You rest," Bill said gently, "and you tell Harry whatever he needs to know about one law. That's why he brought you here, isn't it?" Harry shot him a grateful look. Bill had been pretending not to notice the long conversations between Harry and Ollivander, the detailed discussions about wands and their allegiances. Whatever Harry was planning, it involved wand magic at a level that made even a wand maker nervous. "And me?" Griphook asked, his tone challenging. Bill met the goblin's eyes steadily. "You and Harry need to finish whatever discussion you were having this morning, preferably at a volume that doesn't wake the entire cottage. And then you tell me if there's anything goblin-specific I need to know about security. Your people have kept Gringotts secure for centuries. I'd be a fool not to ask for advice." He saw surprise flicker across Griphook's face, quickly masked. Goblins didn't expect wizards to acknowledge their expertise, let alone ask for help. It was a small gesture, but Bill had learned in Egypt that small gestures of respect could build bridges across deep chasms of mistrust. The day unfolded with new purpose. Ron proved surprisingly adept at advanced ward work. He'd been paying attention during Bill's lessons, absorbing more than Bill had realized. Together, they crafted a port key that would activate on a specific trigger phrase, sending everyone to an abandoned shepherd's hut in the Scottish Highlands that Bill had once used as a base during a curse-breaking expedition. "Why not just apparate?" Ron asked as they worked. "Anti-apparition wards are standard for Death Eater raids now. A port key keyed to a panic phrase bypasses that. It's already created, already anchored, just needs activation." Bill checked the magical signature, making sure it was stable. Besides, in a panic, people forget how to apparate properly. This way, everyone goes together or no one goes. Fleur and Hermione worked at the kitchen table, their heads bent together over a growing pile of medical supplies. Bill noticed how Hermione had begun to relax around his wife, the rigid tension in her shoulders easing slightly when Fleur was near. There was something in Fleur's matter-of-fact competence, her refusal to treat Hermione as fragile, that seemed to help. "The dittany is running low," Hermione observed, her voice still carrying that careful flatness that made Bill's chest ache. "I can brew more," Fleur said, "if we have the ingredients, though some will need to be purchased." She glanced at Bill. "We need supplies, proper supplies, food, potion ingredients, clothing for those who have none." She was right. Dean had been wearing the same shirt for 3 days, magically cleaned, but wearing thin. Luna's dress was developing holes. They couldn't sustain 8 people on what remained in the cottage's stores. "I'll go," Bill said. "Tomorrow, early morning, to the wizarding market in Tinworth. It's small enough to be overlooked, but big enough to have what we need." "I should come with you," Ron started, but Bill shook his head. "You stay. If something goes wrong, everyone here needs protection. You're the best duelist after Harry, and Harry can't risk being seen." Bill softened his tone. "I need you here, Ron, to keep them safe." He saw his brother straighten slightly, the responsibility settling across his shoulders like a cloak. Ron had always been overshadowed by his brothers, by Harry's fame, by his own insecurities. But here, now, he was needed. That meant something. Outside, Dean and Luna were conducting their survey with mismatched efficiency. Dean approached it methodically, noting distances and angles with an artist's eye for spatial relationships. Luna wandered apparently at random, pointing out things that shouldn't matter. A standing stone that felt watchful, a particular patch of seagrass that whispers when strangers approach. Absurdly, Bill found himself trusting Luna's instincts. There was something to her strangeness, a connection to magic that operated on a different frequency than conventional ward work. There, Luna said, pointing to a cluster of rocks about 200 yards up the beach. That's where I'd watch from, if I wanted to see without being seen. The rocks are hollow underneath. I can hear the echo when the waves hit. Someone could hide there quite comfortably. Dean sketched the location into his rough map. She's right. Perfect sightline to the cottage, natural cover, easy escape route along the beach in either direction. Then we ward it specifically, Bill decided. Make anyone who tries to use it incredibly uncomfortable. Not enough to alert them that they've been detected, but enough to make them choose a different spot. Itching hex? Dean suggested with a slight grin. The first real smile Bill had seen from him. Too obvious. Something subtler? A mild confusion charm, maybe. Or a compulsion to suddenly remember urgent business elsewhere. Bill was already calculating the ward modifications needed. Good work, both of you. Back inside, Harry and Griphook had sequestered themselves in the small upstairs room. Ollivander's room, though the wand-maker had graciously retreated to the sitting room to give them privacy. Bill didn't eavesdrop, but he didn't need to. The tension radiating from that closed door told him enough. Negotiations were happening, and they weren't going smoothly. When Griphook finally emerged an hour later, his expression was unreadable. Harry followed, looking frustrated and determined in equal measure. Everything all right? Bill asked carefully. Fine, Harry said, too quickly. Then, seeing Bill's skeptical expression, he sighed. We're working through some complications. Differences in perspective. Goblin perspective versus wizard perspective, Griphook said flatly. Potter wants something that belongs to my people. He expects me to help him take it. The fact that I agree the Dark Lord must be stopped does not erase centuries of wizards stealing from goblins. Bill felt pieces clicking together. You want to break into Gringotts? Harry's expression confirmed it before he spoke. We need something from one of the vaults, something critical. I can't tell you more than that, for your own safety. Harry, Bill rubbed his scarred face, feeling suddenly exhausted. I worked at Gringotts for 7 years. I know exactly how insane breaking in would be. The security, the curses, the dragons in the deepest levels, which is why we need your help. Harry interrupted. Your knowledge of the bank, the layout, the security systems, and why we need Griphook's cooperation. I know it's asking a lot. It's asking everything, Bill said bluntly. If Gringotts is breached, every goblin-wizard relation will collapse. There could be open warfare. And if you fail... He didn't need to finish. If they failed, they'd all be dead or worse. I know. Harry's green eyes met his steadily. But it has to be done. It's the only way to stop Voldemort. I wish I could explain more, but you can't. Bill understood operational security. Fine. We'll talk about this later, when you're ready to share details. But Harry, if you're planning this, you need to plan it perfectly. No room for mistakes. No improvisation. Gringotts doesn't forgive errors. The afternoon brought unexpected normalcy. Luna's sea vegetables turned out to be surprisingly good when Fleur cooked them with the last of their butter and a pinch of salt. They ate lunch together, 8 people crowded around a table meant for 4. And for a few minutes, it almost felt like family rather than refuge. Ollivander spoke more at lunch than he had since arriving, discussing wandwoods and cores with the academic precision of a craftsman who'd spent his life mastering a single art. Bill found himself fascinated despite the grim context. "Hawthorn and dragon heartstring," Ollivander said, studying Dean's wand. 11 inches. Good for defensive magic, terrible for subtle spells. It wants to protect. Can you feel it?" Dean nodded slowly. "Always has. Even when I couldn't cast properly, it tried to shield me." "Wands choose wizards for a reason," Ollivander murmured. "They sense compatibility at levels we barely understand. Your wand chose you because you needed protection, because it could offer you what you lacked." "And what did I lack?" Dean asked, genuinely curious. "Confidence in your own power." Ollivander's eyes cleared further, the old wand maker surfacing through the trauma. "You are Muggle-born, yes? Raised to believe magic was impossible, then thrust into a world where you were considered lesser because of your heritage. Your wand offered you proof that you belonged, that you could defend yourself and others. A good pairing." Bill saw Dean blink rapidly, as though fighting sudden emotion. It was the most personal conversation anyone had managed with Ollivander yet, and it seemed to anchor the wand maker more firmly to the present. That evening, Bill took the first watch, while the others settled into sleep. He sat by the front window, wand across his knees, watching the darkness beyond the wards. The sea was restless tonight, waves crashing with unusual force against the beach. Storm coming, probably. The spring weather on this coast could turn vicious without warning. Footsteps on the stairs made him turn. Hermione descended slowly, wrapped in one of Fleur's dressing gowns, looking small and uncertain. "Can't sleep?" Bill asked, gently. She shook her head, moving to stand by the window beside him. For a long moment, they simply watched the darkness together. "I dream about it," Hermione said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "The manor, Bellatrix." She kept asking about the sword over and over, and I didn't know what she meant. I couldn't give her the answer she wanted because I didn't have it. So she just kept... She touched her arm unconsciously, fingers tracing where the scar lay hidden beneath fabric. "You don't have to talk about it," Bill said quietly. "I know, but I think I need to. Everyone's been so careful around me, like I might shatter if they look too hard. Even Ron, especially Ron. He's drowning in guilt over something that wasn't his fault. And I don't know how to tell him that without..." She trailed off. "Without letting him see how much it affected you," Bill finished. "Because if he knows how badly you were hurt, the guilt will eat him alive." Hermione nodded, tears gathering in her eyes. "How do I let him help when his help just makes him feel worse?" Bill had no easy answer for that. "You let him anyway. Ron needs to do something, needs to feel useful. Maybe that's selfish of him, but it's also human. And you need to heal, which means accepting help even when it's uncomfortable. Maybe you both get what you need if you stop protecting each other from the truth." "That's terrifying," Hermione said with a watery laugh. "Usually is." Bill offered her a slight smile. "But you're both brave enough to be terrified together. That counts for something." They lapsed into silence again, watching the waves. After a while, Hermione went back upstairs, moving slightly less stiffly than before. Small progress, Bill thought, but progress nonetheless. The night deepened. Bill maintained his vigil, checking and rechecking the wards, watching for any sign of renewed interest from the Snatchers who tested their defenses that morning. The cottage behind him was quiet now, 8 people sleeping uneasily in a space too small for their collective trauma. But they were sleeping. They were safe, at least for tonight. The sea crashed against the beach, eternal and indifferent to the small human dramas playing out on its shore. Bill found comfort in that indifference. No matter what came, snatchers, Death Eaters, the collapse of everything they knew, the sea would still be here, waves rolling in with patient inevitability. Toward dawn, Fleur came down to relieve him, pressing a cup of tea into his hands and kissing his forehead gently. "Go sleep," she murmured. "Half an hour at least. I will watch." Bill climbed the stairs to their bedroom, exhaustion pulling at him like an undertow. Through the walls, he could hear the quiet sounds of the cottage at rest. Ron's snoring, Dean's sleep mumbles, the creak of someone turning over in an unfamiliar bed. His cottage, his sanctuary, his responsibility. Bill lay down fully clothed, wand within reach, and let himself drift towards sleep with the sound of the sea in his ears and the weight of 8 lives pressing gently against his consciousness. The tide was turning. He could feel it in the wards, in the morning snatcher probe, in Harry's desperate plans and Griphook's calculating cooperation. Something was coming. Something that would test everything Bill had built here. He just hoped his walls would hold long enough to matter. The morning of Bill's supply run dawned grey and uncertain, the kind of weather that made visibility poor and suspicion easy. Perfect, in other words. Bill dressed in his most nondescript robes, worn enough to avoid attention, but not so shabby as to mark him as desperate. He checked his wand, his emergency portkey, and the carefully compiled list Fleur had given him the night before. Food, potion ingredients, clothing basics. Nothing that would seem unusual for a young wizard living alone on the coast. "You're sure about this?" Fleur asked quietly, helping him adjust the glamour charm that would subtly alter his appearance. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make him forgettable, the kind of face that slipped out of memory moments after being seen. "We need supplies. Someone has to go." Bill kissed her forehead. "I'll be back before noon. If I'm not, you know what to do." She nodded, her expression fierce. They'd discussed the contingency plans last night. If Bill didn't return by the agreed time, Fleur would activate the emergency portkey and evacuate everyone to the Scottish safe house. No hesitation, no waiting to see if he'd been delayed. In the sitting room, Harry was already awake, pacing with that caged energy that seemed to consume him. "Let me come with you. I could wear a glamour, stay hidden." "Harry," Bill kept his voice gentle but firm, "your face is too well known. Even under glamours there's a risk. You'd endanger both of us and everyone here." "I'm useless," Harry said bitterly, "just sitting here while everyone else takes risks." "You're gathering information, planning. That's not useless." Bill glanced toward the stairs, where he could hear movement in Ollivander's room. "And speaking of information, the One Maker seems clearer every day. Maybe today's the day he tells you what you need to know." Harry's expression shifted, hope and dread mixing. "If he remembers more about what he told Voldemort, then you'll know what you're up against." Bill squeezed Harry's shoulder. "I'll be back soon. Keep everyone safe." The apparition to Tinworth was deliberate. Bill landed in the carefully warded arrival point outside the small wizarding market, taking a moment to orient himself before proceeding. The village was tiny, barely more than a main street, with shops catering to the scattered magical population along this stretch of coast. Small enough to avoid Death Eater scrutiny, Bill hoped, remote enough to be overlooked. The market was quiet this early, only a handful of witches and wizards moving between shops with the purposeful efficiency of people who wanted to finish their business and return home. Bill recognized the atmosphere immediately, fear masquerading as normalcy. Everyone was afraid, but they couldn't stop living entirely. He moved through his list methodically, the apothecary first, purchasing common potion ingredients that wouldn't raise questions. Then the grocer, buying enough food for a month alone in his cottage, quantities that seemed reasonable for one person being cautious. Finally, the clothier, where he selected basic items in various sizes, explaining with a sheepish smile that he'd lost weight recently and wasn't sure what would fit. No one questioned him. No one looked at him twice. The glamour was working. Bill was paying for the clothing when he heard it. Raised voices from the street outside. His hand went automatically to his wand as he moved to the window. 3 figures in dark robes stood in the middle of the street, questioning a young witch who looked terrified. Not Death Eaters. Their robes lacked the mark, but snatchers. The same professional crew who tested his wards 2 days ago, Bill realized with cold certainty. He recognized their leader's stance, the way he moved. "Just asking if you've seen anything unusual," the lead snatcher was saying, his tone falsely pleasant. Anyone new to the area, anyone matching certain descriptions. The witch shook her head frantically, clutching her shopping bags like shields. Bill forced himself to breathe normally, to complete his transaction with steady hands. He was glamoured. He had legitimate business here. There was no reason to panic. But as he left the shop, his packages shrunk and pocketed. The lead snatcher's eyes swept over him. A casual glance, nothing more. Yet Bill felt the touch of it like ice down his spine. Don't run. Don't react. Just a local, going about his business. He walked at a steady pace toward the apparition point, every instinct screaming at him to move faster. Behind him, he heard footsteps, following, or just someone else heading the same direction. "You there?" Bill's blood froze. He turned slowly, keeping his expression mildly curious rather than alarmed. The lead snatcher approached, his wand visible but not raised. "Haven't seen you around before." "Live up the coast a ways," Bill said, pitching his voice slightly higher than natural, letting his accent drift toward Cornwall. "Don't come to market often." "Alone out there. Bit isolated, isn't it?" The snatcher's eyes were sharp, calculating. "Like the quiet. Good for research." Bill let himself look slightly nervous, the kind of nervous any wizard would feel being questioned by snatchers, not the specific terror of someone with 8 fugitives hidden in his cottage. Research into what? Marine magical creatures, working on a paper about Kelpie migration patterns. Bill had prepared this story, had whole paragraphs of boring academic detail ready to deploy if needed. The snatcher studied him for another long moment. Then, "See anything unusual in your research? Anyone camping on the beaches? Any strange magical signatures?" "Nothing but seals and the occasional grindilo," Bill said honestly. "If there was something interesting, I'd have noticed. I'm out there every day, charting movements." It was the everyday that did it. The casual confidence of someone whose routine was boring and predictable. The snatcher's expression shifted slightly, losing its edge of suspicion. "Right. Well, keep your eyes open. There's good gold for information about certain individuals. He handed Bill a small card with an enchanted image. Harry's face, wanted poster style. See him around, you let us know. Of course, Bill said, pocketing the card without really looking at it, as though he'd seen dozens of them already and was merely being polite. The snatcher nodded and moved on. Bill continued to the apparition point at that same steady pace, his heart hammering, but his expression bored. Only when he'd turned the corner, out of direct sight, did he allow himself to breathe properly. Too close. Much too close. He apparated back to Shell Cottage's arrival point and immediately checked the wards, still intact, still secure. But the encounter had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. The Snatchers were expanding their search, questioning everyone in a widening radius. How long before they decided to investigate every single dwelling along this stretch of coast? Inside, the cottage erupted with relieved chaos. Fleur embraced him fiercely, then immediately began unpacking supplies with ruthless efficiency. Ron and Dean helped sort through the food, while Luna exclaimed over the fresh vegetables with genuine delight. Even Griphook emerged from his habitual corner to inspect the purchases, as though checking for evidence of Bill's competence. Any trouble? Harry asked quietly, his eyes too knowing. Snatchers in Tinworth. They're casting a wide net. Bill pulled out the wanted poster, watching Harry's expression tighten as he saw his own face. They question me, but I'm glamoured and my story held. Still, we need to be more careful. They're not giving up. They never do, Hermione said from the stairs, where she'd been listening. Her voice was steadier than it had been days ago, though her hand still unconsciously touched her scarred arm. Not when there's gold involved. Bill laid out the supplies on the kitchen table. This should buy us another 2 weeks, maybe 3 if we're careful. But I don't think we should risk another supply run for a while. The Snatchers are too active, asking too many questions. We'll make it work, Fleur said firmly. Luna's foraging helps, and I can stretch food further if needed. The cottage settled into afternoon routines, Fleur organizing the pantry, Ron and Dean reinforcing the perimeter wards they'd identified as potential weak points, Luna preparing the vegetables for dinner. Bill found himself watching them work, this strange household of refugees who'd somehow coalesced into something like a team. It was Ollivander who disrupted the fragile peace. The Wandmaker descended from his room mid-afternoon, moving with more purpose than Bill had seen since his arrival. His eyes were clearer, more present, though shadows still lurked in their depths. "Potter," he said, his voice carrying surprising strength. "I believe I'm ready to discuss what you need to know, though I warn you, the knowledge is dangerous, perhaps more dangerous than anything else you'll face." Harry set down the wardstone he'd been examining and nodded. "I need to understand about wands, about allegiance and mastery, about—" He hesitated. "About the Elder Wand." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Even those who'd been pretending not to listen, which was everyone, went still. Ollivander's expression was grave. "The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, the most dangerous magical artifact ever created." He moved to the chair by the window, settling into it as though preparing for a long tale. "What do you know already?" "That Voldemort wants it, that he thinks it will make him unbeatable, that he—" Harry's jaw tightened. "That he tortured you to learn about it." "Yes." Ollivander's hands trembled slightly on the chair arms. He came to the manor shortly after my capture. He wanted to know why his wand failed against yours, Potter. Why the brother wand effect manifested. I explained what I could, the twin cause, the priori incantatum. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to know how to overcome it. Bill found himself drawn closer, settling onto the sofa where he could hear properly. Fleur joined him, her hand finding his. This was knowledge that could change everything. I told him about wand allegiance, Ollivander continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a professor delivering a difficult lecture. How a wand must choose its wizard. How forcing a wand to obey, even when you physically possess it, rarely produces true mastery. He understood, intellectually, but the Dark Lord does not accept limitations. He wanted a wand that couldn't fail him. The Elder Wand, Harry said quietly. The Elder Wand. Ollivander nodded. Supposed to be unbeatable. According to legend, created by Death himself and given to Antioch Peveril. More likely, created by Antioch himself. A brilliant wand-maker and an ambitious fool, he boasted of his power, and someone murdered him for it. Thus began centuries of blood. Because the wand passes through murder, Hermione said from the doorway, her voice thoughtful. I read about it, the tale of the three brothers, but I thought it was just a story. All stories contain truth. Ollivander looked at her. The Elder Wand is real. 15 inches, thestral tail hair core, elder wood, tremendously powerful and tremendously dangerous. It has passed through dozens of owners, each murdered by the next, each thinking they'd mastered it, each wrong. Why wrong? Harry leaned forward intently. Because true wand mastery isn't about murder, it's about defeat. Ollivander's eyes grew distant, remembering. The Dark Lord understood this in theory. He knew he needed to take the wand from its current master, but he misunderstood how wands transfer allegiance. He thinks power is enough, that the strongest wizard deserves the strongest wand. But that's not how it works, Harry said slowly. No. Ollivander focused on Harry with sudden intensity. Wands are subtle. They understand defeat in complex ways. Sometimes disarming is enough. Sometimes it requires more. But murder isn't necessary. In fact, murder can complicate allegiance rather than clarify it. The Dark Lord doesn't grasp this. He sees only power and possession. Bill felt pieces of a puzzle clicking together. You told Voldemort where the Elder Wand is. Ollivander's expression crumpled with guilt. He used Cruciatus. Over and over for hours. I thought I would go mad. I would have told him anything to make it stop. I did tell him everything. The wand's history, its last known location, the requirements for its mastery. I gave him everything. Where is it? Harry asked, though Bill suspected he already knew. With Albus Dumbledore. Ollivander's voice was barely a whisper. Buried with him in the tomb at Hogwarts. I told the Dark Lord that Dumbledore won it from Grindelwald in their duel of 1945, that it died with Dumbledore, its allegiance broken, that no one can claim it now. But you're not sure about that, Hermione said sharply. Are you? Ollivander shook his head. Wand law isn't absolute. The Elder Wand is unique. Its allegiances are said to be even more complex than normal wands. If someone defeated Dumbledore before his death, he trailed off, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Bill saw Harry's face go pale. Snape, Harry said. Snape killed Dumbledore, on top of the astronomy tower. I was there, paralyzed, watching. Snape cast the killing curse. Then theoretically, Ollivander said carefully, the wand's allegiance might have transferred to Severus Snape. If the wand recognized that as true defeat rather than... He paused. It's complicated, Potter. Dumbledore's death was unusual. There are factors that might affect the transfer. What factors? Ron asked from where he stood by the kitchen door. Ollivander looked uncomfortable. Intent, consent, whether Dumbledore allowed his death rather than being truly defeated. Wands sense these things. The Elder Wand especially. It has a bloody history, but it's also discerning in ways other wands aren't. So Voldemort might go after Snape, Harry said slowly, thinking Snape has the wand's allegiance. If he believes Snape defeated Dumbledore, yes. Ollivander's hands trembled more noticeably now. I'm sorry, Potter. I told him everything. The Cruciatus, I couldn't withstand it. I'm a wand maker, not a warrior. I broke. Anyone would have, Bill said firmly, recognizing the guilt that was consuming the old man. You held out as long as you could. That's all anyone can do. Is it? Ollivander's laugh was bitter. I may have given the Dark Lord the key to ultimate power, because I couldn't endure pain. Harry crossed the room and knelt beside Ollivander's chair. You gave me information I needed. Now I know what Voldemort's planning. I know where he'll go. That's valuable. And what will you do with this knowledge? Griphook's voice cut across the room. The goblin had been silent throughout the discussion, but now he stepped forward. Storm Hogwarts. Steal the wand before the Dark Lord can. Add grave robbery to your list of crimes. It's not like that, Harry started, but Griphook cut him off. Isn't it? Wizards taking what they want, when they want it, justifying it with grand words about the greater good. The goblin's expression was sardonic. At least be honest about what you're doing, Potter. I'm trying to stop Voldemort from getting a weapon that would make him unstoppable. Harry shot back, anger flaring. If that requires taking the wand first, then yes, that's what I'll do. But I'm not keeping it. I don't want that kind of power. What you want and what you'll do aren't always the same thing, Griphook observed. Power has a way of changing intentions. Bill watched the exchange with growing concern. Whatever deal Harry and Griphook were negotiating, it was fracturing along fundamental lines of trust. Goblins and wizards had different concepts of ownership, different ideas about what constituted theft versus rightful recovery. Those differences had sparked conflicts for centuries. Maybe, Fleur said quietly, we should all eat dinner and discuss this when we are less tired. Anger and hunger make poor counselors. It was sensible advice, and gradually the tension in the room eased. Luna had somehow produced a remarkable fish stew from the mackerel she'd caught that morning, supplemented with vegetables and herbs. They ate in relative silence, each person absorbed in their own thoughts. Bill found himself watching Ollivander, who picked at his food without really eating. The wand maker had given them critical information, but it had cost him. Reliving the torture, admitting his breaking, it had reopened wounds that had barely begun to heal. After dinner, Bill approached the old man. Thank you, he said quietly, for telling us. I know it wasn't easy. Ollivander looked up at him with haunted eyes. I told him everything, Weasley. Everything I know about wands, about allegiance, about power. And now I've told Potter. What if I'm wrong? What if this knowledge leads to more death? Knowledge isn't the enemy, Bill said. Voldemort is. What he does with information isn't your responsibility. You survived. That's what matters. Is it? Ollivander's voice was barely audible. Sometimes I think dying would have been simpler, easier than living with what I revealed. Bill had no platitudes to offer, no easy comfort. So he simply sat with Ollivander in the growing darkness, keeping vigil while the wand-maker stared out at the sea and wrestled with guilt that might never fully release him. Outside, the waves crashed steadily against the shore. Inside, 8 people tried to find rest in a sanctuary that grew more fragile by the day. The Elder Wand, Gringotts. Whatever Harry was planning, it was accelerating towards some critical point. Bill could feel it in the way Harry and Griphook circled each other, in Hermione's growing strength as she healed, in Ron's desperate need to prove himself. Something was coming, something that would shatter the fragile peace they'd built here. Bill just hoped when it came, he'd be ready. The weather turned on the 5th day. Bill woke to the sound of wind howling around the cottage's corners, rattling the shutters with increasing violence. Through the bedroom window, he could see the sea transformed. No longer the gentle grey companion of recent days, but something wild and furious, waves like mountains crashing against the beach, with enough force to shake the cottage's foundations. Beside him, Fleur stirred. "Natural storm?" she asked quietly, her voice carrying the same concern Bill felt. "I think so." Bill was already reaching out with his senses, checking the wards for any sign of magical interference. The storm felt organic, the kind of vicious spring tempest this coastline was famous for. But in a war where weather could be weaponized, paranoia was survival. But we should prepare as if it's not. By the time they descended to the kitchen, the others were already gathering. Harry stood by the window, watching the storm with an expression Bill couldn't quite read. Something between awe and calculation, as though even the weather was a tactical consideration. Ron was checking wands, a nervous habit he'd developed over the past few days. Luna hummed softly while making tea, utterly unbothered by the chaos outside. "How bad will it get?" Fleur asked, moving immediately to secure loose items that might become projectiles in high winds. "Bad," Bill said honestly. "These coastal storms can last for days. We need to reinforce the physical protections, not just the magical ones. Dean, Ron, help me with the shutters. Harry, you're on ward reinforcement. Fleur, check our emergency supplies. If this goes on too long, we might lose power." "We have power?" Dean asked, with a slight grin, the first humor Bill had heard from him in days. "Magical heating charms. They'll hold, but storms this strong can interfere with sustained spell work. Better to prepare for the worst." Bill was already moving, years of curse-breaking expeditions having taught him that the difference between survival and disaster was often just preparation. They worked through the morning in organized chaos. Bill and Ron reinforced every shutter, adding magical sealant to the physical locks. Harry layered additional protective charms over the wards, making sure the storm's violence wouldn't provide cover for an attack. Fleur and Hermione took inventory of supplies, food, water, medical provisions, emergency port keys. Griphook watched it all with his characteristic wariness, but even he seemed to accept that storms respected neither wizard nor goblin. When Bill asked for help securing the cellar door, the most vulnerable point in high winds, the goblin actually assisted without complaint. "Storms on the coast are dangerous," Griphook observed, his voice carrying unexpected respect. The sea doesn't care about magical bloodlines. No, Bill agreed. It doesn't. We're all equally vulnerable to drowning. Something shifted in Griphook's expression. Not quite approval, but perhaps a slight reduction in active suspicion. It was progress, Bill supposed. Small, but progress nonetheless. By midday, the storm had intensified to the point where visibility beyond the windows was nearly zero. Rain lashed the cottage in horizontal sheets, driven by winds that Bill estimated were approaching hurricane force. The wards held. He could feel them straining but stable. But the physical structure of the cottage was being tested in ways he'd never anticipated. They gathered in the sitting room, the safest space in the cottage, away from windows that might shatter despite the protection charms. Fleur had lit every candle they owned, turning the room into a cave of warm, flickering light against the grey violence outside. It should have felt cozy. Instead, it felt like a siege. "Tell us a story," Luna said suddenly, her dreamy voice cutting through the storm's roar. "Someone should tell a story. It helps when you're worried." "I'm not worried," Ron started, but his white-knuckled grip on his wand betrayed him. "I am," Dean said quietly. "I don't like feeling trapped. Reminds me too much of the Malfoy cellar." Bill saw several people flinch at the memory. Harry, Hermione, Luna herself. They'd all been prisoners together, all survived the same nightmare. The storm was awakening those memories, the feeling of helplessness, of waiting for rescue or death. "A story, then," Bill said, making a decision. "Though I'm not much of a storyteller." "You worked in Egypt," Hermione said, her analytical mind always seeking distraction through information. "You must have encountered interesting curses. Tell us about that." So Bill did. He told them about his first major assignment, a tomb outside Cairo that had been sealed for 3,000 years, protected by curses that had killed the last 6 people who'd attempted to break them. He described the painstaking work of unraveling magical protections layer by layer, the satisfaction of solving puzzles that had been designed by long-dead wizards who'd been just as clever as any modern curse-breaker. "The worst part wasn't the dangerous curses," Bill said, watching his audience relax slightly as he spoke. "It was the tedious ones. One tomb had a curse that made you forget why you'd entered. Every time you stepped through the door, you'd stop, confused, and leave. Took us 3 weeks to figure out the counter-curse because we kept forgetting we were working on it." Luna laughed, a sound like bells in the storm-dark room. "That's brilliant. Frustrating, but brilliant. The wizard who designed it thought so too. He left instructions carved above the lintel. Why bother with elaborate death traps when simple confusion works just as well?" Bill smiled at the memory. Goblin smiths would appreciate that efficiency. He didn't miss the way Griphook's expression shifted slightly, still guarded, but with a hint of something that might have been appreciation. Goblins valued practical magic over flashy displays. The ancient Egyptian wizard's approach would resonate with goblin sensibilities. "Tell us about the dragons," Harry said suddenly. "You worked with dragons at Gringotts. What was that like?" Bill glanced at Griphook, gauging whether this topic might cause friction. But the goblin simply watched, his expression neutral. "Terrifying," Bill admitted. "Gringotts uses Ukrainian ironbellies for the deepest vaults. They're the largest breed, can weigh 6 tons fully grown. The bank keeps them partially starved and conditions them to fear certain sounds, makes them more controllable, but also more dangerous. You're never working with a dragon at Gringotts. You're working around it, trying not to wake it. "That's cruel," Hermione said, her voice sharp with righteous anger. "Keeping them starved, conditioning them through fear." "It is," Bill agreed. "I argued about it more than once. Goblins see it differently. The dragons are tools, security measures. But I always felt—" He paused, choosing words carefully. "I felt like we were breaking something that should have been magnificent, reducing creatures of fire and flight into alarm systems." "Wizards reduce many things," Griphook said quietly. "Goblins included. We are tolerated as long as we're useful, controlled as long as we might be dangerous. Not so different from dragons." The silence that followed was heavy with uncomfortable truth. Bill saw Harry and Hermione exchange glances. They were beginning to understand the depth of the gulf between wizard and goblin perspectives, the centuries of grievance that couldn't be resolved with good intentions alone. The storm intensified through the afternoon, if such a thing was possible. Lightning cracked across the sky, close enough that the thunder was instantaneous and deafening. The cottage shuddered with each strike, and Bill found himself checking and rechecking the wards, making sure they held against both natural and potential magical assault. It was during one particularly violent sequence of lightning that Ollivander spoke. The Wand-Maker had been silent all day, sitting in his corner like a ghost, but now his voice cut through the storm's chaos. "I remember another storm," he said, his eyes distant. "In 1945, the night Grindelwald fell. I was young then, just learning my father's craft. The sky itself seemed to rage, as though the world was angry at what had happened. What Grindelwald had done, what Dumbledore had done to stop him." "You knew Dumbledore?" Harry asked, leaning forward. "I made his wand. 10 inches, springy, thestral tail hair. The same core as the Elder Wand, interestingly enough. Perhaps that's why he was able to master it when he defeated Grindelwald." Ollivander's hands trembled slightly. "I remember thinking, when I heard about the duel, that only Dumbledore could have done it. Defeated the greatest dark wizard of the age, claimed the Death Stick, and then simply stopped. Didn't use it for conquest, didn't use it for power, just taught school. That's why Voldemort will never truly master it," Hermione said slowly, her brilliant mind working through the implications. "Even if he gets the wand, even if he wins its allegiance through defeating Snape, he doesn't understand what Dumbledore understood. Power isn't the point." "Then what is?" Ron asked, genuinely confused. "Choice," Harry said quietly. "Dumbledore chose not to use the power he had. That's what made him different from Grindelwald, different from Voldemort. They both wanted power to change the world according to their vision. Dumbledore just wanted to protect people." "Noble sentiments," Griphook said, his tone sardonic. "But Dumbledore still kept the Elder Wand, still possessed one of the Deathly Hallows. Wizards always keep what they take, justified by their good intentions." "The Deathly Hallows," Luna said dreamily. "My father has tried to find them for years. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. He thinks they're real." Bill saw Harry's expression shift, a flash of something that might have been recognition, before his face closed off again. There was a secret there, Bill realized. Something Harry wasn't saying about the Hallows. The storm reached its peak as darkness fell. The wind howled like a living thing, and the waves crashed so violently against the beach that Bill could feel the spray even through the cottage's protections. The wards were holding, but they were screaming with the effort. "We should play a game," Luna announced suddenly. "Wizard's chess. It will take our minds off the storm." "Luna," Dean said gently. "I don't think." "No, she's right," Bill interrupted. "We need distraction. Sitting here worrying won't make the storm pass faster. Ron, you're up. Best chess player here. Who wants to challenge him?" What followed was an impromptu chess tournament that became increasingly ridiculous as the night wore on. Ron demolished everyone with methodical efficiency, but the games themselves became exercises in creative commentary. Luna provided a running narration that treated the chess pieces like characters in an epic saga. Dean sketched each game at its critical moment. Even Griphook watched with what might have been amusement as Ron's queen decimated Harry's defense. "You're terrible at this," Ron told Harry cheerfully after their third game. "Absolutely rubbish. I don't know how you've survived this long with that strategy. I don't try to beat you at chess. That would be stupid." Harry grinned, the first genuine smile Bill had seen from him in days. "I save my energy for things I'm actually good at." "Like what? Getting into impossible situations?" "Exactly. I'm brilliant at that." The banter was light, comfortable, and Bill realized with sudden clarity what was happening. These people, thrown together by desperation, hiding in his cottage from a war they hadn't started, were becoming something more than refugees. They were becoming a family of sorts, bound by shared trauma and shared survival. Fleur had somehow produced hot chocolate from their dwindling supplies, adding a warming charm that made each cup radiate comfort. They sat in a rough circle, chess games giving way to quiet conversation, the storm outside becoming almost background noise. "When this is over," Dean said quietly, "when the war's done, what will you do?" The question hung in the candlelit air. No one answered immediately. Finally, Hermione spoke. "I want to go back to Hogwarts, finish my education properly, maybe become a professor someday, teach defense against the dark arts the right way." "I want to play Quidditch," Ron said. "Professionally, for the cannons maybe, though they're terrible, but actually play, not just dream about it." "I want to travel," Luna said. "See all the places my mother told me about. Find creatures no one else believes exist. Prove they're real." Dean stared at his hands. "I just want to go home, see my mum, tell her I'm all right, that I survived." Bill felt his throat tighten. These were such simple dreams, such normal human desires, and the war had made even these basic hopes seem impossibly distant. "What about you?" Harry asked, looking at Bill. "What do you want when this is over?" Bill glanced at Fleur, saw her slight smile. "This," he said simply. "Time with my wife, peace in my home, maybe some children eventually. Nothing dramatic, just a life that's ours." "That's not nothing," Harry said quietly. "That's everything." The storm began to ease around midnight, the wind dropping from a scream to a howl, to a steady roar. The worst had passed, Bill judged, though they'd probably face rough weather for another day or two. They'd survived, the cottage, the wards, the people inside, all still intact. "Everyone should try to sleep," Bill said. "We'll need to assess damage in the morning, make repairs. Storm's not done yet, but the worst is over." People dispersed to their sleeping spaces, with the slow reluctance of those who'd found unexpected comfort in togetherness. Bill made one final check of the wards before heading upstairs with Fleur. "They're good people," Fleur said as they prepared for bed. "Broken in different ways, but good. I'm glad we could give them this place." "Even though our honeymoon has been thoroughly interrupted by 8 refugees and a war?" Bill asked dryly. "Especially because of that." Fleur kissed him softly. "This is who we are, mon coeur. The people who hold the light when darkness comes. I would not change it." Bill held her close, listening to the storm's fading violence outside. Through the floor, he could hear the quiet sounds of the cottage settling. Someone turning over in sleep, the creak of old wood, Ron snoring, the eternal rhythm of the sea. They'd weathered this storm. The cottage had held. But Bill couldn't shake the feeling that this had been practice, a rehearsal for something larger and more dangerous. Because Harry's plans with Griphook were accelerating, Ollivander's revelations about the Elder Wand had shifted the strategic landscape, and Voldemort was out there somewhere, searching. The real storm, Bill thought, as sleep finally claimed him, was still approaching, and when it hit, he prayed his walls would be strong enough to matter. The morning after, the storm brought an unsettling calm. Bill woke to absolute silence. No wind, no crashing waves, just the eerie stillness that sometimes followed violent weather. He dressed quickly and descended to find Harry and Griphook already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with the unmistakable tension of people who'd been arguing in whispers. They fell silent when Bill appeared. "Coffee?" Bill offered, moving toward the stove with deliberate casualness. Whatever negotiations were happening, they were reaching a critical point. He could feel it in the air, thick as the pre-storm pressure that had preceded yesterday's tempest. "Please," Harry said, his voice hoarse. Dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept much. "Bill, we need to talk, all of us, today." "About Gringotts," Bill said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded slowly. "About Gringotts. About what needs to be done. About—" He glanced at Griphook, whose expression was unreadable. "About how much I'm asking people to risk." By mid-morning, they'd gathered everyone in the sitting room. The storm had left debris scattered across the beach, visible through the windows, but the cottage itself had held. Bill's wards showed signs of strain, but no actual damage. They'd survived. Now came the question of what they were surviving for. "Right," Harry said, standing awkwardly in front of the group, like a student giving a presentation he hadn't prepared for. "I owe you all an explanation about why we're here, what we're trying to do, what I'm asking you to risk." "Horcruxes," Fleur said quietly. At Harry's shocked expression, she smiled slightly. "I'm not stupid, Harry. You ask about objects of dark magic. You speak with a wand-maker about the Dark Lord's fears. You plan to break into Gringotts. The pieces, they are not difficult to assemble." "Horcruxes," Ron repeated. "What a—" Then understanding dawned. Oh, bloody hell. That's how he's surviving," Hermione finished, her voice clinical despite the horror in her eyes. "He's split his soul. Multiple times, if my research is correct. That's why he didn't die when his killing curse rebounded. That's why he could return." Bill felt ice settle in his stomach. He knew about Horcruxes, had encountered texts about them during his curse-breaking work. They were the darkest magic imaginable, requiring murder to create, splitting the soul into fragments that could anchor a wizard to life even if their body was destroyed. How many? Bill asked quietly. We think 7 total, Harry said. We've destroyed 2, a diary and a ring. We know about 4 more. One is in Gringotts, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. The room erupted. You want to rob Gringotts? Dean's voice cracked slightly. That's impossible. No one's ever successfully robbed Gringotts. Actually, Griphook said, his tone dry. Gringotts was robbed once, in 1895. The thieves got as far as the main corridor before the dragons got them. Their remains were used as cautionary decoration for several years. Comforting, Ron muttered. It has to be done, Fleur said firmly. If one of these abominations is in the vault, it must be destroyed. There is no other way to kill the Dark Lord permanently. Exactly, Harry said. But I can't ask anyone else to. You're not asking, Bill interrupted. I'm volunteering. I worked at Gringotts for 7 years. I know the layouts, the security protocols, the shift changes. If you're going to do this insane thing, you're going to do it with proper planning. And I am coming, Fleur said, her voice allowing no argument. I speak perfect English with a French accent. Bellatrix Lestrange's sister married a Frenchman. I can be a cousin visiting from France. With polyjuice potion, I can wear her face. Bill's heart clenched at the thought of his wife deliberately putting herself in that kind of danger, but he knew better than to argue. Fleur had fought at their wedding when Death Eaters attacked. She'd healed torture victims and held crying refugees. She was a warrior, whether he liked acknowledging it or not. The goblin cooperation is essential, Griphook said, drawing attention back to himself. Without me, you'll die in the first security corridor. With me, you have a slim chance of survival. But I have conditions. The sword, Harry said flatly. You want the sword of Gryffindor? The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Bill knew about the sword, a goblin-made artifact of immense historical significance, supposedly buried with Dumbledore, but somehow in Harry's possession now. It is goblin-made, Griphook said, his voice carrying centuries of resentment. Created by my ancestor, Ragnar I. By goblin law, it belongs to goblins. Wizards stole it, claimed it as their own, displayed it like a trophy. You want my help? Return what was taken. Harry, you can't, Ron started. But Harry held up a hand. I can, Harry said quietly. The sword is a tool, a means to an end. If giving it to Griphook means we can get the Horcrux, destroy it, and get out alive, then yes, it's his. Bill watched Griphook's expression shift. Surprise, followed by calculation, followed by something that might have been respect. The goblin had expected Harry to refuse, to claim wizard ownership. This unexpected concession had altered the negotiation's dynamics. Then we have an agreement, Griphook said. I will guide you into the Lestrange vault. You retrieve what you need. I take the sword. We all escape with our lives. Probably, Dean repeated faintly. That's not very reassuring. The rest of the day was spent in intense planning. Bill spread out parchment on the kitchen table, sketching Gringotts' layout from memory. The main corridor, the card system that ran through underground tunnels, the security checkpoints, the dragon. The dragon is the biggest problem, Bill said, tapping his sketch. Ukrainian iron belly, probably 40 feet long, weighs several tons. They keep it chained in the deepest levels, guarding the oldest vaults. It's been down there for decades, never seeing sunlight. It's been conditioned to fear a certain noise. He glanced at Griphook. Clankers, Griphook supplied. Small metal instruments that produce a specific frequency. The dragon has learned to fear the sound. It retreats when it hears them. Retreats, but doesn't sleep, Bill continued. So you'll need to move quickly once you're past it. And remember, the deepest vaults have additional protections. Thief's downfall will wash away all enchantments. Any disguises, any protective charms, gone. You'll be exposed. Then we move fast after that point, Hermione said, her analytical mind already working through contingencies. In and out before anyone can respond. And the cup, Harry said. The Horcrux. How do we find it in a vault that might contain thousands of objects? I can sense them, Harry admitted quietly. The Horcruxes. I can feel them somehow, like recognizing a familiar voice in a crowd. If it's there, I'll know. The connection between Harry and Voldemort. Bill had heard rumors about it. The Scar connection, the shared visions. It was another dark miracle of this war, that the weapon against the Dark Lord was a teenage boy who'd been marked by him as an infant. Polyjuice potion, Fleur said. We will need it, fresh, and we will need something of Bellatrix to make it work. Her hair, Hermione said, unconsciously touching her scarred arm. From when she, at the manor, I found some on my clothes. I saved it. I don't know why, but I did. The room fell silent. Hermione had saved her torturer's hair. Whether through brilliant foresight or traumatized instinct, she'd kept evidence that might save them all. You're brilliant, Ron said quietly, and Hermione managed a small smile. They worked through the afternoon and into evening, refining the plan. Bill would provide intelligence and stay at the cottage. Someone needed to maintain the wards and provide an escape point. Fleur would be Bellatrix, using Polyjuice and her acting skills to bluff their way past initial security. Harry and Griphook would be concealed under Harry's invisibility cloak. Ron and Hermione would take additional disguises, a married couple doing business at the bank, unremarkable and forgettable. What about us? Dean asked, gesturing to himself, Luna and Ollivander. What do we do? You stay here, Bill said firmly. Keep the cottage secure. If something goes wrong, if we don't come back, you activate the emergency port key. Get to the Scottish safe house. Survive. I don't like waiting, Dean said. None of us do, Bill replied. But someone has to keep the light on. Someone has to be here if we need to come back in a hurry. That's just as important as the mission itself. That evening, Bill found himself on the beach with Harry, ostensibly checking the storm damage, but really just needing air after hours of intense planning. You don't have to do this, Harry said quietly. Any of you. I know what I'm asking. Stop, Bill interrupted. You're not asking. We're choosing. There's a difference. Fleur and I, we chose to stay in Britain during this war. We chose to make Shell Cottage a sanctuary. We're choosing to help you finish this. Stop trying to carry everyone's choices as if they're your burdens. Harry was quiet for a long moment, watching the waves. People keep dying for me. Dobby, Cedric, Sirius, Mad-Eye. How many more before this ends? I don't know, Bill said honestly. But I know that Voldemort is the one killing them, not you. You're just trying to stop him. That's not the same thing as being responsible for his atrocities. Feels the same sometimes. I imagine it does. Bill watched the sun setting over the water, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. But you're still here, still fighting, still trying to make their sacrifices mean something. That takes a different kind of courage than dying does. Does it? Harry's laugh was bitter. Yes. Anyone can die once. Living through loss, carrying grief, and still choosing to fight. That's harder. That's the courage you don't read about in stories. Bill turned to face Harry fully. You're braver than you know, Harry. But you don't have to be brave alone. Let us help. Let us share this. Harry nodded slowly, and they stood together in the fading light, watching the sea darken from blue to indigo to black. Back inside, the cottage had settled into its final night as a complete household. Tomorrow, half their number would leave for Gringotts, walking into almost certain danger. Tonight, they had this fragile peace. Fleur had prepared a special dinner, using the last of their good supplies, creating a meal that felt like celebration and wake simultaneously. They ate by candlelight, the conversation deliberately light, avoiding the subject that consumed everyone's thoughts. After dinner, Luna played a game with a deck of exploding snap cards she'd found somewhere, her laughter infectious as Dean cursed when cards singed his eyebrows. Ollivander told stories about famous wands and their wizards, his voice stronger now, more present. Ron and Hermione sat close together, their hands finally entwined, having apparently crossed whatever invisible barrier had kept them apart. Bill watched it all, committing it to memory. This moment, this gathering, this family of refugees who'd become something more. Whatever happened at Gringotts, whatever came after, this was worth protecting. This was what they fought for. Late that night, Bill lay beside Fleur in their bed, holding her close. "Are you frightened?" she asked quietly. "Terrified," Bill admitted. "Of losing you, of this plan failing, of everything we're risking. But we risk it anyway. We risk it anyway." Bill kissed her forehead. "Because some things are worth the risk. Some fights choose you, whether you want them or not." "Then we fight together," Fleur said. "And we survive together, or we fall together. But we do not hide while others bleed." "No," Bill agreed. "We don't hide." They fell asleep in each other's arms, while outside the cottage, the sea kept its eternal vigil, patient, indifferent, waiting to see what morning would bring. Tomorrow, they would storm Gringotts. Tomorrow, they would steal from the most secure location in magical Britain. Tomorrow, they would face dragons and curses and Death Eaters. Tonight, they rested in Shell Cottage's warmth, a fragile light on a dangerous shore, and pretended that courage would be enough. Dawn came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Bill stood on the beach, watching the sun rise over the sea, knowing that in a few short hours, Fleur would walk into Gringotts wearing a murderer's face. He'd checked the wards 3 times already, reinforced the emergency protocols, gone over the plan until the words lost meaning. Now, there was nothing left but the waiting. Behind him, the cottage glowed with warm light. Inside, final preparations were being made. Fleur was practicing Bellatrix's mannerisms in front of a mirror. The cruel smile, the arrogant tilt of her head, the casual violence in every gesture. It was disturbing how well she captured it, how completely his beautiful wife could transform into something monstrous. "Ready?" Harry appeared beside him, dressed in nondescript robes, his face set with that particular determination Bill had come to recognize. It was the expression of someone who'd accepted that survival was optional, but completing the mission was not. "No one's ever ready for something like this," Bill said honestly, "but you're as prepared as you can be." You know the plan. You know the risks. You trust your team. Do I? Harry's voice was strained. I'm asking them to break into Gringotts, Bill, to steal from the most secure vault in Britain. Ron's my best friend. Hermione's, she's Hermione. And Fleur, she's your wife. What if... Stop. Bill's tone was firm. They chose this. You didn't force anyone. And they're not fragile children who need protection from their own decisions. They're warriors. Treat them as such. Harry nodded slowly, but Bill could see the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like physical force. Too much for one person to carry. Too much for anyone. Back inside, the atmosphere was electric with tension barely contained. Ron and Hermione stood together, transformed by Polyjuice Potion into a middle-aged couple Bill didn't recognize. Her as a witch with mousy brown hair and a forgettable face. Ron as a stout wizard with a receding hairline and nervous manner. The disguises were perfect. They looked exactly like people who would be ignored. Fleur stood before the mirror one final time, and Bill's breath caught. She'd taken the polyjuice just minutes ago, and now Bellatrix Lestrange stared back from the glass. Wild, dark hair, cruel eyes, the kind of beauty that carried threat rather than allure. But when those eyes met Bill's, he saw his wife looking out from behind the monster's face. "How do I look?" Fleur asked, her voice perfectly mimicking Bellatrix's drawling arrogance. "Terrifying," Bill said honestly. "And brilliant. You're brilliant." She crossed to him, taking his hands in hers. For a moment, she let the mask drop, and it was just Fleur again. His Fleur, brave and strong, and about to walk into mortal danger. "I will come back to you," she said quietly in her own voice. "I promise." "You'd better," Bill managed, his throat tight. "I didn't marry Bellatrix Lestrange. I married you. I want you back." She kissed him once, fiercely, then stepped back and became Bellatrix again, posture shifting, expression hardening, every gesture radiating casual cruelty. "Right then," she said in Bellatrix's voice. "Let's go rob a bank, shall we?" Griphook emerged from the kitchen, carrying the sword of Gryffindor, carefully wrapped in cloth. The goblin's expression was unreadable as always, but Bill caught something in his eyes, anticipation mixed with old anger. This wasn't just about helping Harry. This was about reclaiming something stolen, about evening centuries-old scores. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak, and he and Griphook disappeared beneath it. Bill could see the slight shimmer if he knew where to look. But to anyone not searching specifically, they would be invisible. "Emergency portkey activation phrase?" Bill asked, running through the checklist one final time. "Sanctuary's End," Harry's disembodied voice replied. "Backup meeting point if separated." "The Hogshead. Hogsmeade. Ask for Aberforth. Time limit before we assume mission failure. 6 hours from now. If we're not back by then." Harry didn't finish. He didn't need to. "Then we activate the evacuation protocol," Bill said. "Dean, Luna, Ollivander and I port key to Scotland. Leave no trace we were ever here. Understood?" "Understood," came the chorus from those staying behind. Bill walked them to the apparition point, just beyond the cottage wards. Dean and Luna came too, and Ollivander stood in the doorway, watching with haunted eyes that had seen too much already. "Be safe," Luna said, with that serene confidence that seemed entirely inappropriate for the moment. "The Nargles are quiet today. That's a good sign." "Listen to Luna," Dean said with a crooked smile. If the Nargles are quiet, you'll be fine. Ron snorted, despite his obvious terror. Hermione managed a small smile. Even Fleur as Bellatrix's expression softened slightly at Luna's complete faith. Then they were gone. 4 simultaneous cracks of apparition, and Bill stood alone with the 3 who remained. Now what? Dean asked quietly. Now we wait, Bill said, and we keep the light on for them to come home to. The morning stretched like taffy, each minute elastic and endless. Bill threw himself into busy work, reinforcing wards that didn't need reinforcement, checking supplies that were already counted, pacing the perimeter like a caged animal. Anything to keep his hands busy and his mind from spiraling into catastrophic scenarios. Luna, characteristically, seemed utterly unbothered. She spent the morning beachcombing, collecting shells and sea glass, humming to herself as though this was any ordinary day. Bill envied her that serenity, even as he suspected it came from a place deeper than mere obliviousness. Dean dealt with the tension by drawing. He'd found a protected alcove on the beach where he could watch the sea, and his hands moved constantly across parchment, sketch after sketch of waves, of horizons, of the cottage standing against the elements. Bill recognized it as the same compulsion that drove his own ward checking, the need to do something, anything, to assert control over an uncontrollable situation. Ollivander sat by the window, watching the sea with eyes that saw other things, other times perhaps, other wars. The Wandmaker had lived through Grindelwald's rise and fall, had survived Voldemort's first reign of terror, and was now living through his return. How many times could one person watch the world burn before the fire consumed them entirely? They'll succeed, you know, Ollivander said suddenly, startling Bill out of his pacing. Potter has something neither Grindelwald nor the Dark Lord ever possessed. What's that? Bill asked, moving to sit near the old man. Friends who would die for him, and more importantly, the wisdom not to want them to. Ollivander's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Dark wizards collect followers. They inspire fear, loyalty through intimidation, obedience through power. But Potter? He inspires love. People follow him because they want to, because they believe in him. That's a magic more powerful than any wand. I hope you're right, Bill said quietly. So do I. Ollivander's smile was thin. Because if I'm wrong, we're all dead anyway. Might as well believe in hope while we can. Midday came and went. Bill prepared lunch mechanically, soup from their dwindling supplies, bread that was starting to go stale. They ate in near silence, each person lost in their own thoughts, their own fears. It was just after lunch when the alarm triggered. Bill was on his feet instantly, wand drawn, every sense extending to read the wards. Someone was approaching. Multiple someones moving fast along the coastal path from the north, not apparating directly to the cottage, which meant either they didn't know the exact location or they were being cautious. Inside, Bill commanded. Dean, Luna, upstairs, now. Ollivander, the cellar, move. They scattered instantly, years of running and hiding having taught them all the value of immediate obedience to survival commands. Bill positioned himself by the front window, wand ready, watching the approach. 3 figures emerged from the coastal path, dark robes moving with the purposeful stride of hunters, snatchers, the same crew that had tested his wards days ago. Bill realized with cold certainty. They'd finally decided to investigate this section of coast more thoroughly. Bill's mind raced through options. His wards would hold against initial probing, but a sustained assault from 3 experienced wizards? That was a different question. And if they brought in reinforcements, if this turned into a siege situation? The Snatchers stopped about 200 yards from the cottage. Bill watched their leader, the same one who'd questioned him in Tinworth, gesture to his companions. They were spreading out, creating a perimeter. They knew something was here. They just couldn't quite pinpoint what. Bill's wards were good. Some of his best work, layer upon layer of confusion charms, notice me not enchantments, and misdirection spells. But they weren't impenetrable. Nothing was, given enough time and enough magical pressure. The lead snatcher pulled something from his robes, a golden instrument that looked vaguely like a compass. A probity probe, Bill realized, with sinking dread. They were scanning for concealment charms, for wards, for anything that suggested hidden presence. The probe began to glow. Bill made a split-second decision. He couldn't fight 3 snatchers and protect 3 non-combatants. But he could bluff. He'd done it once in Tinworth. Maybe he could do it again. He stepped outside, making sure to appear before they got close enough to trigger his defensive wards. Better to seem like he was approaching them than like he was defending something. "Can I help you?" Bill called out, letting irritation color his voice. Bit tired of being interrupted every time I tried to get work done. The lead snatcher's wand came up, pointing at Bill's chest. "You again, the marine researcher." "That's right." Bill kept his hands visible, non-threatening. "Still researching Kelpie migration, still finding nothing but seals. And now you're the 3rd interruption this week. At this rate, I'll never finish my paper. Our probe says there's significant magical concealment in this area." The Snatcher's eyes were sharp, calculating, more than a simple research cottage would require. "Of course there's concealment," Bill said, letting exasperation creep into his voice. "I'm studying magical creatures. Do you know how skittish kelpies are? I've got observation blinds all along this stretch of coast, all warded so they can't detect human presence. That's probably what your probe is picking up." It was a reasonable lie, plausible, the kind of explanation that would satisfy someone who wasn't looking too hard. But the Snatcher was looking hard. "Show me your research," he demanded. "Prove you're who you say you are." Bill's mind raced. He didn't have research notes, didn't have observation journals, had nothing but the cottage and the 3 people hiding inside it, and the desperate need to keep them hidden. "My notes are inside," Bill said carefully. "In the cottage. We'll come with you." The Snatcher gestured to his companions, and they began to close in. Bill's hand tightened on his wand. He could fight, could probably take down at least 1 before they knew what hit them. But 3 trained bounty hunters? The odds weren't good, and any magical battle would alert every Death Eater for miles around. He was calculating his chances, preparing to fight anyway, when Luna's voice drifted from the cottage behind him. "Oh, there you are. Did you find any today? Father will be so excited if we finally got clear photographs." Bill turned to see Luna emerging from the cottage, looking dreamily excited, carrying what appeared to be a very professional-looking camera covered in complicated magical attachments. She transformed in seconds from frightened refugee to enthusiastic research assistant, and the performance was flawless. "Luna," Bill said, letting relief and exasperation mix in his voice, the tone of a researcher whose assistant had just interrupted a delicate negotiation. "I'm speaking with these gentlemen. Please go back inside." "But the Kelpies," Luna said, ignoring him completely and beaming at the snatchers. "We've been tracking the herd for weeks. They finally came close enough this morning for good photos. You should see them. Absolutely magnificent. Daddy will be thrilled." She was rambling, playing the eccentric assistant perfectly, and Bill saw the snatchers' expressions shift. This wasn't what they'd expected. The whole situation suddenly looked less like concealed fugitives and more like a quirky research project with an annoying helper. "Your daughter?" the lead snatcher asked, uncertainty creeping into his tone. "Research assistant," Bill corrected. "Her father is Xenophilius Lovegood, writes for the Quibbler. We're collaborating on a study of coastal magical creatures, hence all the concealment charms. Magical creatures are notoriously shy. It was brilliant because it was checkable. Xenophilius Lovegood was a known eccentric who absolutely would collaborate on this kind of research. And Luna's performance, ditzy, enthusiastic, completely oblivious to danger, was pitch perfect for someone who would work on such a project." The lead snatcher studied them both for a long moment. Bill kept his expression mildly annoyed, the look of someone whose work had been interrupted one too many times. Luna continued to beam, radiating harmless enthusiasm. "Fine," the snatcher said finally, "but we'll be checking this area regularly. Any changes, any suspicious activity, we'll know." "Wonderful," Bill said dryly. "I'll be sure to file regular reports. Wouldn't want to interfere with your bounty hunting by conducting legitimate research." The sarcasm was risky, but it sold the performance. Someone genuinely irritated rather than someone trying to hide terror. The snatchers withdrew, moving back down the coastal path. Though Bill noticed, they kept glancing back, as if hoping to catch him in a lie. Only when they disappeared from sight did Bill allow himself to breathe properly. He turned to find Luna smiling at him, with that serene expression she always wore. "That was close," she said calmly, "but I knew they'd believe us. People always believe boring explanations. They want to believe them, really. Makes the world less complicated." "Where did you get that camera?" Bill asked, still processing what had just happened. "Made it this morning." "Well, made it look like a camera. It's actually just a box with some broken quick quotes quill parts attached." "But it looked official, didn't it?" Luna's smile widened. "Sometimes the best lies are the ones people want to believe. You taught me that, actually. In Egypt, you said curse breakers survive by making traps think they're harmless. Same principle." Bill stared at her, re-evaluating every interaction he'd had with Luna Lovegood. She wasn't oblivious. She was brilliantly perceptive. She just operated on a frequency most people couldn't hear. "Luna," Bill said seriously, "thank you. You saved us." "We're friends," Luna said simply. "That's what friends do. Now come inside. Dean's been worrying himself into fits, and Ollivander keeps checking his watch, even though knowing the time won't make them come home faster." The afternoon crawled forward. Bill kept checking the wards, watching for any sign the snatchers were returning. But the coast remained quiet, the wards undisturbed. They'd bought themselves time. How much, he couldn't say. 5 o'clock came, 6 hours since the mission began. Bill tried not to watch the clock, but his eyes kept drifting to it anyway. They still had time. The 6-hour deadline hadn't passed yet. 5:30. Still time. 5:45. Bill's stomach was in knots. At 5:53, the ward sang with incoming apparition. Bill was outside in seconds, wand raised, ready to defend or welcome. The wards recognized the magical signatures: Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fleur, and let them through without resistance. They appeared in a cluster, all of them at once, and Bill's heart nearly stopped. They were battered, singed, covered in soot and what looked like dragon scales. Fleur had reverted to herself, her hair wild and her face scratched but wearing a fierce smile. Harry was clutching something, a small golden cup that radiated dark magic even from a distance. Ron supported Hermione, who looked ready to collapse. Griphook was nowhere to be seen. "We did it," Harry gasped, swaying on his feet. "We got it. We got the Horcrux." Then they all seemed to collapse at once, exhaustion and adrenaline and relief hitting simultaneously. Bill caught Fleur as she stumbled, holding her tight, while behind him, Luna cheered, and Dean laughed with wild relief, and Ollivander's eyes shone with something that might have been hope. They'd done it. Against impossible odds, against every rational calculation of success, they'd broken into Gringotts and stolen from Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, and somehow survived. Bill helped them inside, calling for water and healing potions and food. The story spilled out in fragments as they recovered. The dragon, the thief's downfall, the vault's treasures, the escape on the dragon's back. On the dragon's back, Bill's mind kept repeating in amazement. And Griphook's betrayal at the last moment, taking the sword and disappearing. "But we got the Horcrux," Harry said, holding up the cup. "That's what matters. We got it." Fleur leaned against Bill, her head on his shoulder, and he felt her trembling, not with fear now, but with the aftermath of survived terror. "I told you I would come back," she murmured. "You did," Bill said, kissing her forehead. "You absolutely did." That evening, they gathered in the sitting room one last time. Tomorrow, Harry said, they would need to leave. The Gringotts break-in would have consequences, massive ones. Death Eaters would be searching everywhere, questioning everyone. Shell Cottage was no longer safe. But tonight, they had this. They had survival and success and each other. Bill stood at the window as darkness fell, watching the cottage's reflection shimmer on the black water. Behind him, his strange extended family talked and laughed and simply existed in the warmth and safety he'd built for them. Shell Cottage had done its job. It had been sanctuary when sanctuary was needed most. A fragile light on a dangerous shore, yes, but it had held. Through storms and snatches and fear and desperate plans, it had held. Tomorrow they would scatter, moving on to whatever came next. But tonight, the cottage glowed steady in the darkness, and Bill Weasley stood guard over the warriors who'd chosen to rest within its walls, grateful beyond words that he'd been able to offer them this gift. A moment's peace, a chance to breathe, a place to remember that even in the darkest war, some lights refuse to be extinguished, and sometimes that was enough.